All right. Hello. Good morning. Good Sunday morning to all of you. We're going to get started with things here in just our stuff for today in just a few moments. But before we do that, we are first going to take care of today's Wordle. And yeah, we just finished up data transfer, which I will go finish up with in a little bit. Let's try scour. Nope, it was strut, or however it's pronounced. All right, let me go finish up with what I was starting earlier, and then we will get started with our stuff today. Is this no school tomorrow, Monday, January 26th? Yeah, a lot of schools are going to be closed. Yeah, a lot of schools are going to be closed tomorrow, especially in in areas like in especially Ohio. All right. Now we are ready to get on with our business for today. Yeah. Yeah, we'd rather not do that. Well, I mean, the thing is, nothing on Discord's going to show up on our stream now, so I guess that is a good thing, to say the least. But yeah, I'll reposition Roblox so that way, you can see everything. All right, now we are going to do something we were not able to do yesterday because, well, I'm going to give you all a brief little highlight reel as to what happened last night for those of you who may have missed it. And then I'll also talk about some changes too in the spring taping cycle and what is to come for this week. So, first thing is that the reason why, well, actually, let me explain. So of course, we did all of our usual stuff, right? All the stuff we usually do. So that being the county request, the Street View episode, all that stuff. However, the Street View episode we ended up doing actually took quite a while. In fact, let me tell you, the Street View episode took quite a lot of work. In fact, we had to alter our schedule a little bit. Just to accommodate those changes. Well, just to accommodate how long the Street View video ended up taking. Well, if you're wondering on how the schedule changed and what ended up being changed, well, I will be more than happy to explain. So we did everything as usual, except for after. So what was it? It was after, let's see. So it was after we did the Game of Life, where we had to change some things up. Now, we're doing what we were supposed to do, during yesterday's show. But, of course, we had to change the pattern around, and when we get to explaining how complex yesterday's Street View episode was, I will be more than happy to explain that, exactly. So, yeah, we changed some things around a little bit. We did do Sorry before we did Play 18. But then, of course, we still did Yu-Gi-Oh! Last, like one of the last games before moving on to the random character finale. Now, for why the schedule ended up changing in this matter. Well, from this week's poll, the Street View poll this week, a lot of you wanted Northwest Highway. And in which 67% of the votes said yes, they wanted Northwest Highway. So that is what we ended up doing. The game is not moving. That is not good if the game is not moving. Okay, let's try another game. Oh, my connection crashed. Okay. That's interesting. All right, let's let it reset, and then we'll try what we tried to do again. But meanwhile, I'll continue with what I was talking about. So, as I've said, the Street View episode for this week was Northwest Highway. But here's the thing: it was actually very complex. And how complex was it? Well, quite complex to say the least, because it actually involved a conflict between Dempster and Rand Road. Because the thing is, when Northwest Highway was made originally, back in 2023, it branched out on a separate stretch of the road. In fact, I continued straight on Northwest Highway, which ended up leading it onto Dempster. And so when Rand was made in 2024, that branched out onto a separate stretch of Northwest Highway. So, as a result, I ended up resolving those conflicts by remaking the original Northwest Highway video. In fact, Northwest Highway was supposed to be remade during the holidays of last year, towards the end of the fall taping cycle, where I was doing all the Street View copyright remakes, meaning removing songs with copyright claims and or remaking songs with completely new music, or just reshooting all the footage from scratch and just using completely new music. So that's really all that is. So, in fact, that led to the remake of Rand Road in the inbound direction. But this time, I decided I'd go ahead and add some more of it to it. So, meaning more of Rand Road was done. So, not just starting from Route 59, but this time continuing all the way toward Wisconsin. So, meaning continuing all the way towards Wisconsin. Is it just me, or is Roblox having problems today? Okay. Okay, good. I still got the 250 credits that I was supposed to get. All right, good. So yeah, we did Rand Road. So we took So this time we did Rand Road all the way to Wisconsin. So we took Rand Road US. So I ended up taking Rand Road US 12 all the way to Wisconsin. But we did not go farther than the beginning of the US 12 freeway. In fact, I'm curious as to what that freeway is even about. Like, was it supposed to be part of a larger thing that just never came to fruition? I'm pretty sure there's documentation of it. So maybe I might end up taking a look at that when I have the chance. Maybe I could, because I'm curious to know. Yeah, because I'm curious to know. So, as a result of making this week's Northwest Highway video, plus Rand Road from its terminus all the way to Wisconsin, it ended up taking a grand total of 9 hours, plus correcting some pause errors that were present in the first attempt. It was mainly the direction of Rand Road coming out of Wisconsin. So it was mainly that. That's the inbound portion, as well as remaking the inbound portion of Northwest Highway. So the inbound portion of Northwest Highway and Rand Road were both remade. The original song from Rand Road was carried over. However, I added a new one onto it. I added a whole new one onto it. Yeah, adding a whole new one onto it. So then afterwards, So that takes care of that. It's probably on this PC or something. Yeah, it is having issues today. So yeah, Northwest Highway took all 4 Street View episodes. It took a grand total of 9 hours just to get all of them made. So it took a grand total of 9 hours to get all of them made. And in fact, it wasn't until we got to the conclusion of Waysari Strategy that I was finally able to get the Street View episodes up. Well, yeah. So yeah, I announced the change in the plan from last week, well, from this week's show, and also, what else? So yeah, the change in the let's see, yeah. So yeah, remade. So I made the outbound Northwest Highway, plus also made the outbound section of Rand, and remaking the inbound section of both of those roads. So, as a result, in terms of those Street View videos premieres, Rand Road outbound is going to be next week's Street View episode. So, as such, there will not be a poll next week for the Street View episode. So you'll just see it go up, but of course, for those who are expecting a Street View poll, I did schedule a reminder on my community tab, on my community post, as a reminder that of the upcoming Street View episode for next week. And then what about the other two? The remake of Northwest Highway and Rand. I've decided that I'm going to actually go ahead and let both of those videos premiere on June 27th and July 4th, respectively. This is because I'll be on summer break by then. Well, that's because we'll be on break by that point, so I don't want to leave all our viewers in the dark without a Street View episode for each respective week. Oh my goodness, what is going on with Roblox today? I don't know what is going on. Well, the thing is, we don't normally do it on we don't normally do this on Sundays. That's the thing. But there is a reason why we're doing Roblox on Sunday. It's because we weren't able to do it yesterday, because I literally spent 9.5 hours putting together 4 Street View episodes. That's why we're doing Roblox now. Of course, Arcade Island. That's of course what we usually do on. That's of course what we usually do. We usually do Arcade Island on. Well, we normally do it first thing for our Roblox show, but we're doing it today because we weren't able to do it yesterday. I mean, we ran out of time, as I spent 9.5 hours. I spent 9 hours putting together Street View episodes. I had to change around the order of our games. And then it didn't take until the conclusion of the first and the beginning of the second duels of Yu-Gi-Oh! Against Seto Kaiba that I finally ended up getting the other Rand Road video scheduled. So both of those are, so all 4 are ready to go here, with one being for next week. So one of them being for next week, and the other 2 will release on Again, June 27th and July 4th. Again, June 27th and July 4th at 3 p.m. Central Time. And of course, I'll be in the Eastern Time Zone, so I'll be seeing those videos go up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, yeah, in my respective time zone. And yes, because I spent so much time putting together Street View episodes and everything like that, hence why we were not able to find a time, or any time for that matter, to do Roblox Arcade, because it was already almost 11 o'clock. It was almost our cutoff point by that time. So as a result, that is why. And then after we went off the air, I was thinking, should we do Roblox Arcade for the first portion of the Sunday show? And then I was thinking, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it for the first part of the show. Just to at least get it in. So I think this is a great use of time. So, all right. So that was everything from last night. So once again, the Street View episode for this week is ready to go. So once again, it's ready to go. Rand Road will go up next week. Of course, I'll do the county requests before whatever I've got planned. And then the other two will go up over the summer, June 27th and July 4th at 3 p.m. respectively, out of both of those. For both of the rest of them. So, all right. All right, so now for what happened just before we got started here today. So some of the hardware upgrade components have showed up, mainly the SATA data cables and the M.2 PCIe card that I'd like to put inside one of my PCs. Now, taking a look at the card itself, it looks like it won't be able to do the M.2. So, what I was thinking now is I could put the 512 gigabyte M.2 back into my main system and use the 2 terabyte drive and use the 2 terabyte SSD as data storage instead. As full-on data storage. So meaning I'll just use it to store my virtual machines. I think that's a better idea rather than just having all of them be on one drive. So that way I can keep the 500 gigabytes they already have intact. But then that would mean I would have to reallocate my settings as a result. So meaning I'll have to compare the two installations and see what's different from either. Yeah, and see what's different from which. Before I go putting my other drive back into my system, see what kind of data I need to transfer off of the drive. See what other kind of data I need to transfer off that drive, and then I'll end up using the 2 terabyte one for storage. For a PCIe storage. Well, of course, first I'll test it out on a PCIe card, just to make sure everything all works. But of course, I'm waiting for all the components to show up. Only 2 of them have arrived as of this moment, along with the iPhone case for my mom's new phone, which just before we came on the air, we made the switch. We made the switch, so we got her onto her new phone. So meaning all the data and everything was transferred over. And then I asked her what's going to be happening with her old phone, and of course, just like I did with the XR, she's going to trade in her old one. So So she just got the new phone the night prior, and then we did the transfer and setup this morning. So then when she has the opportunity, then she'll send in the old one. She'll bring the old one back to Verizon. And then, of course, we'll go through the process of erasing the old phone and deactivate. Well, its service has already been deactivated after the transfer, so all that's left to do is get rid of all the data off the old one once everything's transferred over. Well, once everything is fully transferred over. And then, of course, that's it. Then my parents' phones will be running well for another. So now those new phones should last for another good 6 to 8 years, with software updates and everything like that. And when I was getting her set up, she already wasn't a fan of all the Apple Intelligence stuff. Yeah, she wasn't a fan of Apple and the Apple Intelligence things. She didn't even care for them. But I mean, that's all right. Some don't even want to use Apple Intelligence, but others do. Like me. I mean, the summarized notifications, I mean, to me, I find it useful. I mean, some don't find it useful, but for me, I do. Oh yeah, I won the bonus on the wheel there. The normal bonus. Free bonus spin. Land on bonus to win the super bonus. We'll see what happens. So, of course, today in the next hour, we'll be doing our Minecraft show for today, this week, which we will be paving that other spur that we were building last week. So we will get to paving that. And last night I did some concept drawings for the I2 redirection project along with the other stuff. So, and we will show those concept drawings when we are through here. Oh, everything's frozen. I don't know. It's probably something to do with the Wi-Fi driver or something. Yeah, that's the thing. But speaking of Wi-Fi drivers, I did discuss about the upgrades, the full line of upgrades that I have planned. And they go as follows. My main PC, I'm looking to put another 16 gigabytes of memory into there to bring it up to a grand total of 32 gigabytes. So that way I can have, much more space to run, something like VMware or, anything like that. My other Inspiron PC is going to be not only receiving a secondary SATA SSD, but also will have its RAM up. Will be increasing its RAM capacity as well. So from 12 gigabytes, it's going to go up to 20 gigabytes because I'll be taking the 8 gigabyte stick out of the dual channel 8 and 4 gig stick, respectively, that are inside of the PC currently. And then a secondary 512 gigabyte SATA SSD will be going in as well to serve as a separate data storage pool. And then my small form factor PC not only will not only be receiving an internal SSD, but will also be getting a secondary storage pool as well, using the singular expandable SATA SATA cables, but it too will also be getting wireless connectivity because I was able to find the official Wi-Fi card that Dell provides drivers for. So that's really the complete line of upgrades that are coming to, that I'm going to be doing on my PCs. Now, what about in terms of this week, what the plan is for the spring taping cycle? Well, we're going to talk about that next. So, the plan is to record the remaining 35 episodes of the second season of Fifth Grader, which would bring the total count to 300. But I did say that I would like to do the DS game for the second half of the season, which is exactly what I'm going to do. And then, of course, Tuesday I'll be recording episodes of Ticket to Ride. I almost said the wrong show title again. So I'll be recording episodes of Ticket to Ride, hopefully 30 of them, which will bring the total count up to 60. And then, of course, Thursday I plan on recording 40 more episodes of Yahtzee. But I could start the day earlier because I would only be at 5 episodes, to bring the series to the end, meaning all 125 of those episodes. Now, Friday, the 30th, I had discussed some possible scenarios when it comes to that day. Because the original plan was to do the Street View episode for the first 2 hours of the day. And then afterward, record another 9 episodes of the first season of Play 9. But since PC components are coming quicker than anticipated, I have decided, and also because these upgrades are going to take quite a long time, because there's going to be a lot of software testing, refinements, and everything like that, I have decided that I'm going to do the upgrades. I'm going to do the upgrades this Friday instead. So meaning an entire week worth of Play 9 episodes is being eliminated from the lineup. But, of course, I'm still going to do more Play 9 episodes. Of course, I'm still going to do more, even if that means, yes, I'm still going to do more Play 9 episodes. But yes, I'm still going to be taping episodes of shows, though, even if that means I'm going to be eliminating a day. Alright, that's all the credits. Yeah, of course, but of course we have other things. We've got, but that's not our main event today. Of course we've got, well, that's Roblox is not our main event today. Something else actually is. Oh, there's the Electric Groove stuff. And I'll toss that too. Alright. Now, where was I at? I was talking about the schedule for Play 9. So, since I will most likely not be able to tape, Play 9 episodes on this Friday, because I will be doing the hardware upgrades, because this was part of something I wanted to do over the holidays, after Christmas, but the only upgrade that came out of it was the 2TB SSD. That was the only thing that came out of it. So, with what the card states, the 512 gig drive is going to go back into my main system, but also the 2TB SSD is going onto that and is going to go onto that M.2 onto that M.2 card and will be set up as a separate storage pool. So meaning I will have a combination of 2 terabytes of storage, as well as 128 gigabytes of additional storage, which will be coming out of my Dell XPS PC prior to it being retired. So we'll come out of here prior to it being retired from service. Yeah, prior to complete retirement. So I'll only have 2 SSDs being utilized on that card for the time being. But I could always get more. And then I can expand the storage pool even further. But 2 SSDs, that's a start. So I'll do the upgrades on the 30th. And then on February 2nd, that is when I'm going to be taping more episodes of Play 9. And of course, I've done all the calculations when it comes to the series. So I've been able to do 4 episodes per day. Well, 4 episodes within the first 2 hours. The next 3.5, the next 3 hours after my lunch break, I would be able to record 5 more episodes. And then another 4 with the remaining 2 hours for a grand total of 13. So 9 episodes to be made on Monday. And then adding another 13 to it, that would be 35. So, February 2nd and 6th, I would be recording episodes of Play 9. And then the following week, the 9th and the 13th, I would record another 9 episodes of the show. And then I would only need to record 6 on the 13th. Which then will bring us to the finish line with the first season. Which will then bring us to the finish line with the first season of Play 9. And then, beginning February 20th, the week of, well, February 16th, of course, is when I will be adding, well, here's the thing. So, this Monday, I'm looking to make the remaining 25 episodes of the remaining 35 episodes of 5th Grader to bring it to the end of the first half of the season. Then Monday the 2nd and the 9th, I'll be recording episodes of Play 9. So essentially, it's just going to be 2 straight weeks of 2 taping days of Play 9 episodes. Monday the 16th will not be the start of the DS game, because that is President's Day, and my father's going to be off of school, and I don't want any, tapings that involve the microphone. I don't want anything, whatever he's doing, to go through my tapings. So, I've decided that I will be letting Sorry, the series, fill in that spot. So I'll be taping Sorry episodes throughout the day on the 16th. And of course, I'll have the day off from college because of President's Day, as I've just mentioned. So that would mean we would do 2 Minecraft shows that week, the 15th and the 16th. I believe I have another day off too on the 17th. But it's not from the college, it's rather for my evening class that I have that night. And then Thursday, the 19th, I have another day off too, so I believe so. So Thursday, maybe I could get up a little earlier, so that way I could record more episodes of Yahtzee. Maybe I'll just, do it in the 9 o'clock hour, and then, start tapings at the 9 o'clock hour, so that way I can bring Yahtzee to the 125 episode mark and get that show totally finished. Now that's what I'm hoping to do for this Thursday. And then, of course, once everything is all set and done, then we'll move on to everything. We'll then, of course, move on to everything else. Yeah, so pretty much. So yeah, then we'll pretty much move on to everything else. And yes, during that upgrade, when I put that 512 gig drive back into my main system, of course, I'm going to be doing system updates and everything, because I know how out of date that install is. So when that SSD goes back into my main system, that's when, of course, I'll be doing updates and everything. So, and then I got to make sure I still have the installer for that old version of the screencast tool, so that way, we can continue with production of all the shows after the hardware upgrades are complete. And then it will be the following week, the 23rd of February, when I begin production of the DS game of 5th Grader. And then going on for quite a bit of time, for quite a while actually, 2 days I'll be taping Ticket to Ride episodes. And then Thursday I'll just be, just doing an exhibition of Yahtzee, just taping as many episodes as we can during the day without doing any editing of any kind. So I think that's a good thing in some way. For me, that is. And then, of course, I'll still be taping multiple days of Ticket to Ride episodes and Yahtzee episodes after work. I'm hoping to have it all finished by, as I said, I'm hoping to have everything finished. Well, with all these shows currently, I'm looking to have everything finished, including the 4th season of The Bowling Train, plus the Travel Series reboot. The deadline for everything, I'm hoping to have it all finished by May 29th. That's currently my goal. May 29th is when I'm hoping to have all of this done. And I'm hoping to have all this finished. And then, let's see. And then, of course, I'm hoping at the earliest, early May, or late April, early May, is when I'm hoping to have all this other stuff completed. So that's what I'm hoping for, particularly. That's what I'm hoping for. So then I can reserve the rest of the time to recording Sorry episodes. And of course, that process will continue throughout the summer, only during one of my days off from my summer part-time job. Which, of course, hence why the Doubters Grove Role-Playing series came into existence in the first place. And just looking at the schedules on Metra's site, I'm already looking forward to the 4th season. It looks like it's going to be even more exciting, particularly. But the question I have on my mind is, do I want to do the live stream format again like we did before? Or do we just go back to the old-fashioned pre-recorded things? But I wanted to try the live stream format as a little experiment. But at this point, I'm thinking the best case would be to just go back to the standard recording format that was done, throughout the last 2 seasons. Well, personally, that's what I think. So, yeah. That's pretty much then the rundown of the spring taping cycle and what is to come. Now, on the topic of Minecraft, do I have another window capture? Oh, here's an old Play 9 thing, so I guess we can just use it. So let me see if I can reposition the window, because that's large. That's kind of large. There we go. That's better. So, what I'm going to show you now are concept drawings of the upcoming project that we will be working on over the next several weeks. So, of course, this is the first part of such. Now, this is going to go along with the I2 reroute project that we're going to be doing. So, of course, I2 and 356 will run together, taking over what currently is Interstate 302. And then right here, of course, is where I-56, 356, and 2 will split. I-2 will then cross this river here. And of course, we'll continue on, which we'll get to in just a moment. This crappy reenactment of the London Tower Bridge is also going to be eliminated, along with this island right here, along with this entire island. So all of that is going to be eliminated. And if we go to the next picture, this is the concept drawing of an interchange with Interstate 602 and Interstate 205. Now, I know I haven't revised the drawings for 602, but, well, for the 602 portion of this interchange, I have not revised those drawings yet. I haven't revised it to include 602, but with this island here being completely eliminated, that would mean all these bridges are going to be extended. And yes, all those barrage of ramps and everything like that, those are all going to be removed. So all those interchange ramps and everything that's been plaguing this little what I like to call interchange island or whatever is going to be completely removed. So those will all be gone. And then the third picture here, we're going to be, of course, revising the Interstate 202 terminus. So this is where 202 northbound will terminate. Now, I forgot about this part here, but that section of 302, that's going to go. That section of Interstate 302 is going to be eliminated entirely. Because, I mean, if we're going to be, doing I-2, there I don't think that is a reason for even 302 to exist in the first place, leading to the expansion of the nearby neighborhood there. And then, here's actually the focal point of this entire project. So, of course, we'll be having 283, 289, and 2 all come together. So, of course, 283 will still run concurrent with 289, and then it will cross over onto 283 north over 289. This ramp will remain, however, there will be some slight changes and adjustments being made to it. Then, of course, Interstate 2 will continue north, and then, of course, there will be connections to 289 as well. So pretty much this will be like a connection of 3 interstates. And then, of course, new interchange connections will be made here. And this road, this little road that serves probably no purpose at all, is also going to be removed. Hence why I drew that red line right there. Now, for Interstate 1, on the other hand, I have another idea. We could merge we could have Interstate 1 and 2 both run concurrent. We could have them both run concurrent, or we could leave it in its original configuration. Now, in some way, I could have left Interstate 702 as it was when we were decommissioning that interstate, considering that this kind of enhancement was not going to come up years later. So, that's one end of the project. And then here's another end. This one is actually on the other side of the enhancement. Now, this involves the concurrency with Interstate 301, 89, and 2. Yes, because we're extending both interstates. So both Interstate 301, 89, and 2 will all run together as one unified roadway. And then, of course, we got to build a new interchange for other interstates too, such as that cantilever truss bridge. I know the drawing is terrible, but that's the best I could do because, I mean, it was just done late at night. So, of course, there will be a new interchange with Interstate 92. Yeah, there will be an interchange with Interstate 92. And it looks like this is the last one. So, yeah, so this will be the interchange that will link Interstate 92, 89, 2, and 301, all combined together into one interstate, into one unified interstate. Now, in some way, we're kind of doing 90, 94, and 39 in Wisconsin. We're kind of almost doing that, really. And then, of course, I'm going to have 89 and 301 split off of Interstate 2, and then have Interstate 2 run as a completely separate route. Another thing that came to mind was an extension of what I call Route 203, which sort of is like my attempt at an actual road, and like an actual, just a traditional road with left and right turn lanes and everything like that. I mean, it was actually pretty clever, to actually try, but I think it definitely deserves an extension. That's personally what I think. It deserves an extension. or at least be upgraded to interstate. Well, I know upgrading it to interstate standards would not be, a clever thing because I mean there's like hotel connections there and everything like that. Or we could go back to, sort of the I-1 days, where it just starts as interstate. Well, it doesn't connect to I-3. Yeah, it doesn't connect to I-3. So, well, yeah, it nearly connects to Interstate 3. Merely it does. So, we could just have Route 203 and then Interstate 203 will start, at the river crossing and everything like that. Or where 356 is. Well, as I've just said, those are concepts. Nothing is set in stone as of yet. But of course, we will decide where we're going to take this project when we get to it. Yeah, when we get to it following the completion of that spur route that we are going to do later on during today's Minecraft show. So, once again for the spring taping cycle, I'm going to finish 5th grader. So I'm going to finish up 5th grader. Oh, I see somebody else is finally breaking. There's somebody's doing their own version of board smashing grocery store phones. I see what he's trying to do. Let's see what this one is. More Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. It's basically on the... I see it's based on the manga. So, I'll give that a watch as well tonight after we're done. So, yeah. Once again, I plan on shooting the remaining 35 episodes of 5th grader. And then 2 more then 30 more Ticket to Ride episodes. And then I hope to get up early on Thursday to shoot the remaining 45 episodes of Yahtzee and get that and bring that series to a close. Well, in terms of the 125 episode order, that is. And then, of course, Friday, do the PC upgrades and enhancements. So, meaning my main system is going to get 32 gigabytes of RAM and will also receive. I'm thinking my main system is going to be the one that's going to need that M.2 card. So, I'll put the M.2 card in my main system to give it another 2 terabytes of space. And then the Dell XPS, on the other hand, will end up being retired. However, I'm going to make a complete backup of the entire. I'm going to make a complete backup of the entire system. I'm going to make the complete backup of the entire system before I take the SSD out, which I'm not going to do for a little bit. Which I'm not going to do for quite some time. Because I want to keep it going for a little longer. Because, I mean, I want to take advantage of the ESU program and everything like that. So I want to keep it going for, as long as we can. And heck, maybe at my part-time job, they might have another spare 1 terabyte SSD for me. So if that ends up happening, then maybe I could end up adding it to that card. But hey, 2 SSDs, that's fine with me. I'm okay with that. I mean, that's a start. 2 SSDs, that's a start. And then I can just add more. I can go up to 4, but I can add 2 more. And, I'll have enough space later on. So, yeah. So, I know I kind of went off course, but... So, let me say it again. Monday, the rest of 5th graders' first half. It's 30 episodes of Ticket to Ride on Tuesday. Shoot the remaining 45 episodes of Yahtzee on Thursday. And then Friday, the 30th, do the PC upgrades. Hence, then would leave 2 weeks of Ticket to Ride episodes. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I can deal with 2 weeks of Play 9. 2 straight weeks. Alright, now for something we did not do yet. Which was the going back on the Amtrax. So, let's take care of that before we even get to whatever else we're going to get to. And for some reason, my mother ordered 2 cases for her phone. I guess she decided which one would be good for her, so. I understand her decision. Oh, 5 and 4. 5 and 4 on Zephyr number 5. On Zephyr 6. What a coincidence. Okay, nothing there. All right. Did the chief arrive? Oh, the chat's on the other one. Maybe it showed up in La Plata. Let's see. What time does it say that 4 would arrive? Or has it not showed up yet? Well, yeah, let's check the track tray map as well, because I mean we're gonna need to be there anyway, because I want to see if builder number 8. Yeah, builder 8 isn't even running today. Is the Borealis even running? Yeah, it looks like the Borealis has been heavily affected these last few days. Okay, the Chief is actually now pulling up in Kansas City. So, alright. So no Builder and no Borealis. Alright, so let me find Kansas City. Okay. So 11:25 is when 4 appeared on this camera. So let me rewind to that. And this is when it should be in view, because it says a timestamp of 11:23, and yes, there it is. Oh, this is the one I saw, like, where did I see it? On the Flagstaff cam on Friday? Yeah, I think it was. Where it said that the next day's 4 was going to be hauled by a BNSF unit because of locomotive, because there are issues with the locomotive, so that's why. So that's why we're seeing BNSF power on this one. But otherwise, well, other than BNSF towing them, there's nothing different about this Amtrak other than the Heritage unit. And yes, I'm keeping the components together so that way when we get to the end of the week, then I can actually do the upgrades when we are ready to. But of course, I'll have to change some things around. You know, it's trial and error. That's really the whole thing. All right. And so with that, I think it's time for our first commercial break of the day. And when we come back, we will finish up constructing the newest, the spur that we've been working on last week in the Univille area of our Minecraft world. And then we will move on to the beginning of the massive extension project of 4 interstates. And that's going to last a while. So we will get to that and more when we come back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are just moments away now from starting the Minecraft extravaganza for today. Well, for this week. Of course, we're going to get to paving that spur. So let me go and load up the game. Get everything in position. And then as soon as it loads. All right. And then I can go ahead and put the game on screen. All right. Now we just need to head on over to where we're going to be working today. And now, I'll let you all enjoy the construction project as we continue and finalize the process of paving that spur we were working with last week. Okay, we're finally back. That was not what I had in mind. I apologize, folks. We're getting everything set back up here. Yeah, we're trying to get everything reconnected after what had just happened. Alright, see the Ethernet symbol? That means it's online, it's bridging the connection. Oh. Yeah, so it seems like even if I move this back to stable, it's still going to do that. Still going to try to either say no internet or available. Yeah, but now it says it's not pulling a signal. Well, the other ones are pulling a signal just fine. So. Yep, here come the playout crashed errors. As it constantly tries to look for a connection. And now it's just denying me. Now it's just denying this computer back onto the network. What if I just unplug the Ethernet cable? Let's see, does that do it? It's trying. Oh, now it's asking for the password again. It shouldn't be asking me for a password because it already knows this network. We need additional information to complete the connection. What if I try turning it on and then off? What does that do? Yeah, it's obviously not working right. All right, let's restart the PC. That should hopefully fix things. All right. While we're getting our station back online to proceed with coverage of the severe weather event that is still ongoing, let's get back to work. All right. Seems like it's working. Oh, goodness. Hopefully this will be the last time I have to do this. Because I do not want to have to bridge an Ethernet connection just to get the small form factor online. Alright. There we go. Something as simple as a restart fixed the issue. Alright, Node.js is back online. Alright, this PC is back on. I'm waiting for the Linux virtual machine to fully load. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's back up and running. All right. We are back up and running now. Let's continue. All right. Okay, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will continue this construction. father couldn't wait. Alright, welcome back everyone to the Minecraft portion of our Sunday Fun and Games show. Thankfully that didn't last long, which I'm glad about. And now, we are finally ready to continue on with the paving of this road. In fact, we do not have too much left. Well, we just need to pave the other side past where the express lanes end, so... With that, let's continue. All right. Well, I gotta say, we did enjoy our week and a half. We did enjoy our week and a half, without having to do this again. But hopefully, it'll only be 2 weeks dealing with this further. And yes, I do know that the coverage is going to be cut off for hopefully 45 minutes. But of course, coverage on the station will return. So in the meantime, if anyone is going to continue to follow the severe weather event, please go to other participants as they will monitor and relay everything as soon as it is received. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and take another commercial break, and hopefully we will be back in about 45 minutes to continue this construction endeavor. Okay, finally, an hour and a half. I did not anticipate it taking this long. But now, after all that, we are finally back to continue with the Minecraft portion of our Sunday Fun and Games show. Well, I was able to finish the paving process during that long period of time, well, except for one piece, which I have not done. We will get to that shortly. And then we'll move on to putting in the black things in between the lane stripings. And then that is actually... And then that's actually everything. So meanwhile, I'm relocating the iPad back to the home base. And I also went back on Zephyr number 5 and Chief number 3 during that time as well. So those are all through. So then once I get this back to the home base, we'll get right back to work. So I checked the recordings, and there actually is nothing for me tomorrow. So I guess then tomorrow it's just gonna be get up, just watch some of the morning things, and then just get straight to. Then I guess it's straight to recording 5th grader tomorrow. So that'll be fun. So that's gonna be fun. All right. So with everything now back in order, and yeah, that scenario I finished as well. All right, so with that said, let's finish this. Okay, take this off the charger because I do not need it on there any longer. Alright, so just got done with the main course. Yeah, was told to help with dinner tonight, so that's why we were stopped for like half an hour, without any sort of movement. So my apologies for that. I mean, I didn't even get the notice, even before today, so that was going to be part of it, along with the chores and everything. Yes, a lot of it was unplanned. And that's of course the thing that we gotta expect when it comes to Sunday, because it's usually chore day in my family. But that's all right. Stuff happens. All right, so now as we approach the final hour here of our Minecraft portion of today's Sunday Funny Game Show, here is a quick little update as to where we are on the project. The paving portion of it is nearly finished. We have just finished paving all the lane stripings. We put down the lane stripings, we just put down the black things and whatnot. So all we're doing now is, all that's left to do now is just pave the black things in the exit lanes, and then put up the sign trusses, and then that's it. Now, I was hoping to get to the signage today, but unfortunately, as I said earlier, I was asked to shovel the driveway because of all the snow that fell, the hour-and-a-half long outage that I definitely did not expect, helping out with dinner, which costed us half an hour. So, as a result of all of that, unfortunately, we will not have enough time today, and also guessing on how long this is going to take. Unfortunately, as a result, we do not have enough. We will probably not have enough time today to put up the signs on this interstate. But at the same time, I was thinking, I don't think it would be a good idea to start it today anyway. Because with how long this road is, I have a feeling it's going to take a long time to get all the signs up. So, as a result, I think it's a better idea to wait until next week to put the signs up. And, if all goes well, maybe we'll end up with maybe I'll end up doing a two-parter. As in putting up the signs on both this new interstate and the extension of Interstate 902 that we worked on a few months ago. Now, in terms of putting up like road names and everything like that, I just got to be sure I have everything aligned. So that will probably be the last thing we do tonight. Just make sure everything's all lined up and everything's in the correct order before we go on and actually start putting signs up, which we will again do on next week's show. So again, this is the last thing we're doing. Just paving the rest of the road, putting up the sign trusses, and then that's it. And maybe with the rest of the time tonight, we could maybe get a head start on the building the power lines, or maybe perhaps the I-2 extension. So I guess we can do that with whatever time is left. But in terms of signs, that's going to wait until next week. All right, so we are putting down the final piece of the median. Yeah, I think that quartz thing will be a good start to this part of the project. All right, now that is it then, I guess. So that's where we're stopping. So I'm going to go and teleport and close the server. And I'm going to go take care of something really fast, and then we will talk about what is next. Okay, so that is that. I did not close this. Okay. And I think there was something else I did not add, and it actually has to do with the Street View stuff from yesterday. So let me go and take care of that for a moment first. So let's see. There's two of them. Published. This one went up already. This one, I did not add this to the playlist. I might have skipped that part. But that's the inbound portion. That's going to replace the original. And then Rand Road. This one is also going to replace the original. Okay. And then let me grab which one here. This is the original Rand Road. I'm going to add it to deprecated. And then the original Northwest Highway, the one from September 2023. That one, well, that one's already in the deprecated. Okay. All right, we're good on that. Okay, so there we go. That has been updated. So now all I just need to do is move over those episodes to their proper spots. Okay. Oh, I'm on the wrong account. I can't change it from here. So I got to switch it over and then I can make adjustments. Yeah, deprecated is up on top because that was the folder I just edited. No, not Minecraft. Street View. Here we go. Okay, now of course what I usually do is I first find where the original was. So this is the new iteration of Northwest Highway, so I gotta find the original one. This is actually one of the oldest ones out of all of them, so I go up and find it. Here we go, Northwest Highway, that's the old one. Okay. And then moving a bit further up, this one should be the new version of Rand. That came in 2024, so it's gotta be. It was at the beginning of that year when I made that one. So I gotta go up a little further. Weber 60 Rand. There we go. And we can clear it. Okay, the playlist has been updated. And I see Tetris Fan got KDK's test with almost a pretty crappy signal, but then it got clearer. Then it got clearer towards the end. I see. And I see the signal. Live cam in the morning if I still have power. Yeah, because I heard it was going to be a historic ice storm over there. I see Kana played around with Linux something early this morning while I was asleep. And then this is the last things to clear. Okay. So, with that, the Street View playlist has been updated. I don't know what LaGrange Road is still doing here. Well, actually, I'm going to keep it because... Actually, I'm going to keep LaGrange Road right there. There's a reason why I'm keeping it, though. It's because now that I found out about that 205 Soul Street one that I've actually been raving to while we were off air earlier, I actually seem to like it. I gotta switch the wallpaper for tonight. So, now let me take a look and see if any of next week's stuff for one of my classes have been posted. Let me take a look and see. Okay, week 2, 3 has not come out yet. I'm guessing it's going to come out like sometime tomorrow. Because it's usually around that point. Because, like I said at the beginning of when we got to the first week of the semester, I said that it would not be until like somewhere at like 12 midnight or something, like the very next day, 12 midnight the next day, that something ends up going up. That something ends up going up. But okay, so I'm not concerned about that right now. Now, the other thing. Okay, I don't know what the heck just happened. But the thing flashed as soon as I plugged it in. But, well, the night light, that is. But that's right. I don't know. But, okay. Okay, so the next thing now is we gotta update our main here. We're leaving out WPSU because they actually tested already. I saw QLN go earlier, so they're coming off. Now we'll add the Monday test in here for tonight. Of course, as always, I'm going up to 3WV. And we're going to take out, we're going to do GKL for this one. I have not gotten the secondary back online since what happened earlier, so I gotta go back and fix it. Yeah, it's been saying playout crashed. I have not been able to fix it, so I'm gonna go ahead and fix it now. Get it back up and running. All right, there we go. Now it is monitoring everything again. Okay, there we go. All right. So all I just need to do now is hit the reset button when we are ready to go with that. Now, I see my iPhone is nearly where we're at right now, 22. It looks like it's nearing 20%. So let me go ahead and plug it in now. I haven't asked my mom yet, but I'm curious to know if she's enjoying her new iPhone 17 that we did, that we made the upgrade, that I upgraded for her before we were just before or as we were getting on the air. Now I'm probably thinking about just getting this fan out of here, out of my room, because it had been in here since Friday. It had been in here since Thursday night. It was actually in preparation for the extreme cold, hence why we had to alter our schedule last week. And this week is definitely going to be no different, because of some different changes. But before we talk about that, first off, I want to talk about what is coming next in terms of our Minecraft show now that we are done with it for today. Now, that part of I2 that we just did, that was the last set of chores, thankfully. Before I could even say a darn word. Okay. Now, assuming I don't get interrupted again. So, where does our Minecraft project progress stand now? Well, first, before we do that, let's see. He has one more. He's announcing that he has one more role for the scenario, and the script writing is nearly complete, and he's going to come up with a due date for the voice lines once he gets further along. Well, once he gets the script writing complete, then of course he'll start pushing out announcements on when each of the participants' lines are due. Now, if you all remember, I did my lines as soon as I received them. I did the lines like nearly straight. Well, I don't think nearly straight away, Let me take a look again. Let me see. When did I do I think I did the lines as soon as I received them. Let me take a look. Yeah, it looks like I did them pretty. It looks like I did them pretty quickly, actually. So, yeah, I didn't have too much. I didn't have to wait very long to even do the lines in the first place. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. My fifth generation iPad is buried underneath the computer case, which I've relocated temporarily so that way its place can be all the boxes of all the PC parts that I'll be throwing into my PCs within the coming days. But first, let's get to Minecraft here. Now, remember what I said about the signage? I was not thinking about Interstate 2. The Interstate 2, 89, and 301 extension. So 301, 89, and 2 are all being extended, and 202 as well. So all four interstates are being extended. Now, I've showed you these drawings at the beginning of the show today of what this corridor is going to look, what this corridor could look like when this project is all said and done. So we did put down the median earlier, so pretty much we have a good idea of what that looks like. So we already have an idea as to what the median is. So we already have the median in place, so that's all ready to go. So now all we just need to do is actually build out the road, which we will get to which, as I said, we will get to in the coming days. Now, considering how close this road is going to be to the riverfront, I am thinking that we may have to do we may have to make some changes to this particular side of the river here, such as maybe expanding that by another maybe 10, 15 blocks or so. This is so we can accompany so we can accommodate the entrance and exit ramps that will be used within the interchanges that we build. So that's one drawing. This is the next drawing. This is the concept for the interchange with the future redirection of Interstate 2 plus Interstate 205. Now, I did not have time to do Interstate 602 because I was busy watching the rest of the watch later stuff that I've had sitting in that section for days. And also, before I went to bed last night, I found like a complete documentary of the December 10th, 2021 severe weather outbreak, which we did extensive coverage on. Oh man, and I get to get even more visualizations on how devastating that event was. Oh, that was so devastating to even just watch it all unfold from start to finish. And of course, part of it impacted here at home, but not as much though. I don't think, but enough of that. This is the next drawing. Here, this is going to be the relocation of the northern terminus of Interstate 802, no, of 202, sorry, 202, where of course this will be its this will be its terminus right here. Right there. Interstate 2, that is its terminus. That is where it is going to end. So the northern section of 2 goes all the way up to there. And then, now, there are some other things. What about this little ramp right here, this little section of bridge right here? Is that going to go? Probably. It probably is going to go. Actually, yeah, it is going to go. Because I said I would eliminate this island area completely. Yeah, because I said I would eliminate this island area entirely. Just to make everything a little more clean. Because yeah, this is similar to what we did with that other project that we did. Yeah, where we merged Interstate 3 and Interstate 2 into 202. So we're kind of doing it in a similar manner. But of course, this section of 302 is going to be eliminated as a result, and we will have to make some changes to these power lines as well to accommodate for, to simply accommodate for all of this. Yeah, the other power lines, we will have to accommodate those too. Now, the next idea I have in mind is regarding Interstate 1 that you see right up there. Now, I was thinking about maybe potentially, and this is not certain as of yet, maybe potentially having both Interstate 1 and 2 run together. Now, not all at the same time, though. Well, not like all in one interstate, because I want Interstate 1 to remain elevated. So, Interstate 1 could either remain. Actually, I'm thinking this is what we're going to do. We're going to leave Interstate 1 the way it currently is. And so, what we'll do is, we'll have Interstate 2 and 1 run together. And then, of course, there will be a direct connection at the end. And also with 202, it will be also directly connecting to Interstate 1. And then, of course, for Interstate 2, it will be the same story. So I have not proposed that as part of this, but of course I will update. But of course, as soon as I think of new ideas, I will, of course, update the drawings. So, as such, we cannot proceed with the signage on that new spur that we just built along with Interstate 902. We will have to wait until we do these other projects first before we do anything else. Now, I was thinking let's give the Interstate 2 reroute a head start. Let's do that one first. So, we'll start construction on this on next week's show. Then, of course, here's another one. So, again, that's the interchange with 289 and 283. And then that red line, that's that other road that is going to be removed because it doesn't last long. So, I mean, there's no reason to even have it here. So, yeah, that's the thing. All right. So that's what's to come on next week's Minecraft show. Now for what I said earlier about regarding the spring taping cycle and what this week has in store. So, of course, as I said, Monday is when I will be recording the last 35 episodes of 5th Grader. Now, I've decided that I'm going to go ahead and allow myself another 15 minutes to not only do my morning routine, but also to take care of whatever shows up, like Mr. Max the Cockatoo in my recommended feed in the morning or something else. But I did check the recordings in terms of my TV shows that I have yet to see, and the only one that was still scheduled was an episode of Flipside that I've already seen that's going to rerun on VH1. So, that was the only one. So, tomorrow, and this is pretty much, I think, the first of, this is probably going to be the first, if not the only day that I will be able to get up, just do my morning routine, and then just jump right to taping episodes of the show. So I think with this will give me a golden opportunity to record the rest of the first half of the second season of 5th Grader. Now, of course, I'll go to my college evening class that night. I'll put the rest of the episodes together. And then when they're all set and done, then, of course, I'll start rendering them. Now, I was thinking with the extra time I could have a chance to do the 5th Grader, to tape the 5th Grader DS game, which would then commence the second half of the season. We were going to do testing on that, but I decided to push that back because, well, I have not some changes to the cycle, of course. So then the 27th is Tuesday. Of course, I'll be recording more episodes of Ticket to Ride. Thursday the 29th, I plan on shooting the remaining episodes, 40 episodes of, 45 episodes to be more exact, of Yahtzee. So, in order to hopefully get these remaining 45 episodes taped, I'm actually going to try and, start my day a little earlier. So, probably by another half hour. So, I'll try that. And I tried this before when we were starting Ticket to Ride, or as we were getting closer to the end, I think. So, we'll give it a go and we'll see how it plays out, because I'm curious to know how this is all going to play out. So then I'm hoping that between 9 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. that day, I'm hoping to record the remaining 45 episodes of Yahtzee, where right then and there I will begin rendering all those episodes. Once they've all been made, well, that's it. Then, of course, the following weeks I'll be recording. I'll just go back to wake you up at 9, but then just record as many episodes as we can and then store them in the archives, until we're ready to actually edit all of them. Now, Friday the 30th, I plan on doing. The original plan was to take 4 hours out of the Play 9 taping time to do what? Yeah. That was to record the Street View episode. However, the Street View episode was already done. The episode was already done. Of course, that was part of yesterday's 9-hour-long Street View episode endeavor. So, then, of course, I plan on doing 13 more episodes, and then I was given, an opportunity, do the upgrades a little sooner, considering how some of the components for the upgrade have already showed up. In fact, what did show up were the SATA data cables that I'll be using to add the second hard drive to my Inspiron 3670, as well as the M.2 PCIe card. So yeah, I'll be adding this Asus M.2 card into one of my PCs. I haven't decided which one I'm going to put it in yet, but of course I'm going to use that to add 2 extra drives, to add like another storage pool to my main system. But here's the problem I found. It does not support 2230 SSDs. So in order to make this work, I'd have to take the 2 terabyte drive out of my main PC, put the 512 gig one that came with it back onto it. But then, of course, that means I gotta redo everything. So that means I gotta redo the reinstall of the old 3U version, and then that means I gotta reset everything. Yes. Well, of course, I'm gonna make backups of all that stuff too. Of course, I'm gonna make backups of all that stuff before even going forward with the upgrade. So I'll just take everything that's there and make backups probably on the SATA SSD. I'll just back it up onto the SATA SSD, and then once the hard drives is reinstalled and I update Windows on that, I'm also going to move all the virtual machines off of there and just store them on the 2 terabyte drive, because running them on the 512 gigabyte, the little 512 gigabyte drive, not a good idea. So I'll probably just do it on that drive. I'll just probably run them off a separate drive instead. And then, of course, a little later on, the 128 gig SSD is going to come out of my XPS, and that will go onto the NVMe card. So it'll start with 2 terabytes, which I think is a good enough start. And then, of course, I'll add another 128 gigabytes later on when we get closer to the start of Season 4 of Downers Grove, where then I will end up retiring the XPS the Dell XPS from service, when I will then retire that PC from service. Yeah, when I retire that machine from service. So we're still waiting for the rest of the PC components. So, but in terms of the rest of them, what else is supposed to come is 32 gigabytes of RAM for my main system. Again, the secondary hard drive, I'm waiting for another power cable to show up, so that way I can make that happen. The small form factor is awaiting its Wi-Fi card, and then of course the NVMe mounting screws, so that way I can actually put an NVMe SSD inside of that PC. That way then I don't have to use a SATA SSD just to do, data and everything. Then I can just start another storage pool of 512 gigabytes of additional storage. So then it would use 256 gigabytes to store the operating system and whatever it's running, and then another 512 gigabytes to be used towards storage. And then I was thinking during that time I'll probably run the out-of-band update as well, the emergency patch that Microsoft released for all those issues. But the issues I'm seeing right now is mainly for network shares, because I can't really even do any network shares on any of my systems. Yeah, that reminds me, I gotta take all the stuff out of the Data 1 partition before I go on formatting this drive, and so basically everything that's here, I gotta take it all off and whatnot. But I'm not sure how that drive will show up under. I'm not sure how the drive will show up once I, but I'll do all the backups and everything, beforehand, of course, which is the best thing to do, and then make sure I have a good complete backup of everything that's on this machine. So meaning the streaming panel and whatever else that I have on here, I got to make sure I have good backups of everything, and I'll back up the main source too, because I know I made some changes to those fairly recently. So I'll take note of that when I do the upgrades on Friday the 30th. Then after that, Monday and Friday will be Ticket to Ride. Will be Play 9 episode days for 2 weeks, ending on Friday the 13th. And then the following week, the 16th, will be Sorry episodes. Then Tuesday and Friday, 17th and 20th, and continuing for quite a while, will be multiple Ticket to Ride taping days. Then Monday the 23rd will then be when I start doing the 5th grader DS game. So it'll be around that point then when I edit the remaining 5 episodes to get that show to the 105 episode mark. I would only need to shoot 100 more of those episodes. So if all goes well, it could take another 3 weeks to get all those episodes made. And once those are done, and then of course all that's left to do is, just wait until I make the fall intros, and then we're all set to go. So, really at this point, there's nothing to it. At this point, that's really all that's left. So there is not too much left to go here. We're getting very close to the end. And I can already, to the end of 5th grader already, and Play 9, we're nearly a quarter of the way there, so. Yeah, I think we're already a quarter of the way there, so pretty much when I film episodes again on the 2nd, that will bring it up closer to the halfway point. Then, of course, the 6th will cross the halfway point, and then 3/4, and then, of course, the finish line on the 13th, as I've said. So yeah, that's what's to come with the spring taping cycle as we continue here. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take our final commercial break here of the evening. And when we return, it's our main event, Ticket to Ride. it's time for Ticket to Ride, the grand finale, of course, of tonight's show. So, if you'll give me a moment, let me make sure everything is all set to go here. Make sure I turn the music off. Yeah, we don't want the. Oh, this is supposed to be up all the way and then muted. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, and I gotta set the speed back over. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay, so with that all taken care of, we are ready to start our Ticket to Ride finale here tonight. Yeah, of course, I'm looking forward to these, to the rest of these hardware upgrades. Yeah, that does mean I gotta set the PC name back. I gotta set a whole lot of things back. You know, I gotta reset the network shares. I gotta reset everything. But oh yeah, and that too. I can just click one simple button, and then the issue should be fixed. Sometimes it just takes. Sometimes I just need to restart the program, and then the mirroring will work correctly. So let me try it again. Yeah, because of course this thing's been having issues with the screencast, but I can try and click reset again. I know the security update did not have anything to do with the screen mirroring. But sometimes it's just a matter of, you know, trying to get this thing to connect, you know, like taking this offline and then getting it back online. No. No. The fact the online mode on this app doesn't even work anymore. They shut down the servers. Alright, okay, it doesn't seem to be working. Here, I tried it on the micro and it works just fine, so. Alright. Let's give it another try. This is like attempt 3. Because as soon as the mirroring service starts, the mirroring should allow me to then mirror pretty much automatically, so. I could try opening it on the micro and it will end up with the same result. And like soon after the program ends up starting, then of course the screencast shows up, so. I don't know why it doesn't want to show up on here. I don't know why it doesn't want to show up. What if I just tap it? Yeah, it's gonna say it failed. Okay. Well, maybe it's just as simple as, you know, maybe reconnecting the device to maybe just disconnecting and reconnecting the computer to the internet. Because I think that's what ended up solving the problem. Let's try that. So we'll hit the off switch. And I'm going to close 3U. Then reconnect. And then we'll try again. All right, there we go. Yeah, sometimes it's just as simple as, you know, resetting, you know, just disabling and re-enabling the Wi-Fi connection, and then that's all that needed to be done just to get it working. Okay, so now with that taken care of, we are ready to start. So here we go. This is game 1. There's our routes. Let's begin. Oh yeah, and I'll turn on the desktop audio too so you can hear the game as we go. All right, let's go. So that's the end of the first game. So the scores are already being added up. Yeah, meanwhile the audio is trying to... Meanwhile the screencast is trying to catch up. While it finishes totaling everything up, I'm going to go ahead and reset now. So added all of this nice stuff. Did I see a slide in the start menu? Okay, that one. Yeah, I prefer it as a list, but I guess I'll do it as a list when I eventually receive the new start menu on the rest of my PCs. Because on my main system, I have not received it yet. Nor has my micro. Alright, let's go with game number 2. All right, the mounting screws have showed up. All right, let's move on to game number 3 now. I'm just hoping that these are the right ones. But, I think these screws are actually quite small. But I guess we will see if it works. I guess you know what? I can try it on the small form factor. Just to see if it actually works or not. You know, it's best I try the screw on there. Try the screws on there just to be sure that it correctly works. So you know what? Yeah, I'll try it on the small form factor, you know, just to be sure that these screws work. Here, just to be 100% sure that these screws fit. So, oh, I see the PC already went offline. Well, that's alright, I'm going to shut it off anyway, so. I want to be sure that these screws actually fit. So, I just want to make sure that these screws actually fit before I do anything with it. So yeah, let me bring it over. I just want to be 100% sure that these screws fit inside of the NVMe drive. Power supply. Best I do that before I go opening it up. And we're adding new components. Alright. Yeah, I want to be totally sure that these screws fit, because I don't know if this is exactly what the listing says. I was about to buy the screws separately, so I guess we're about to find out whether it fits or not. Because there is already a screw there, so I just want to see if it actually would fit. So, try SSD, and I'll try one of the screws and see if it works. Yeah, they are kind of small, so. Yeah, I guess I'll give one a try and see if it works. I think this screw is too small. Oh, okay, we lost it. Darn it. Did it come out? No. Let me pull these cables out. Yeah, folks, I understand this is a little different tonight, but I just want to be sure that these screws actually fit. Where did the screw go? We definitely don't want it roaming around, so. Thankfully we have extras, so let's try another one. Because I don't remember these screws being this large, so. Yeah, I don't remember the screws. Where did it fall? What are you looking for? Great. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I'll try another one and we'll see. listing says it was for because it said it was for an NVMe SSD. So I just want to be totally sure, but I mean, with how small the screw is, I don't know if it actually will fit. But I can just tilt it. This time the screw came out. So yeah, it's best that I check and make sure that it actually, that the screw actually fits. I'm just gonna go ahead and put the NVMe drive in, and then of course, when it comes time, then I'll just take out when it comes time for the upgrade. So like a head start, sort of. Like a head start I just want to be sure that these screws work, and I want to make sure I get the other one out. I want to be sure I get the other one out. Oh my gosh. Okay, it looks like the other one's not roaming around anymore, so I think it came out. Oh, there it is. Alright, the other screw came out. So the other screw ended up coming out. So, I just want to be sure that this fits. Be careful here. See. Oh my god, it actually works. It actually works. Ooh. Alright, well, good. Good. It's best that I test the part and make sure that it properly functions. So good. The SSD works. Well, actually, the mounting screws work. So it's holding the SSD nice and firm inside of the PC. Alright, so in that case then, I just wanted to check and be 100% certain that this would work. So, alright, so out comes the SSD. Where's the screw? Here's the screw. Alright, so now we know that it works. So that's good. Alright, so 3 parts showed up. Now I gotta put this guy back together. Put the SSD back. I gotta reconnect everything here. So reconnect the cables. So this is power. And then this is SATA 0 for the disk drive. And then I can reconnect SATA power for the separate drive. Oh, I probably should have waited to connect SATA power until I was totally certain. Alright, there we go. Alright, so now let's see. This guy back together. So I can connect SATA data, connect SATA power, lock the caddy in place, and then I can reconnect everything. So good thing I tested the screws as soon as they came. So just to be 100% sure that these screws are exactly, the ones that exactly the ones I'm looking for. All right. So now that we know that works, I guess this tower PC is ready for its SSD. All right. I will get it reconnected in just a second. All right, there we go. Make sure there are no parts remaining. Now I can connect everything. Ethernet, HDMI, mouse. This one is keyboard. And power. All right. So good. The screws work. So I can use them to put the 256 gigabyte SSD to the small computer, as well as using those screws to mount, to properly mount, I should say. Properly mount as well all of those other drives, the other drives, including the secondary hard drive that's going to go into the 3670. Hopefully those screws will be able to hold them in place. I'm concerned though because how small they are. But I'm impressed that with that little of a screw, it is doing its job. So that is good. So that's good. That screw does work, and I can use it in the small form factor PC to mount the SSD. Although my original plan was to take the screws, but really, good thing I have extra screws. So if I need to, and of course I will definitely use them for that other one, but I'll make sure to put a label on it so that way I know that these are NVMe mounting screws. Alright. So I'm going to get the small form factor back up and running, and then we will finish up Ticket to Ride. Well, meanwhile, I was looking back at some of the older broadcasts that we've done. I know. Darn it, I should have probably asked for CMOS batteries as well. I probably should have asked for CMOS batteries too, because I forgot about the. But I guess that's going to be it just resets it. I mean, as soon as the thing reconnects to the internet, it will just automatically resync the clock. The clock will just resync automatically. Windows time server. The clock is incorrect. So then when I put the other SSD, the question is, am I just going to reinstall the factory image from Dell? Reinstall the factory image from Dell, or am I just going to? So either the factory image from Dell, that, or I will the factory image from the manufacturer, or I will just put a fresh standard copy of Windows 11 on there and do all the setup right then and there. Okay, so that's good. The NVMe mounting screws work on that PC. I will make sure that these screws will work in mounting my other drives. We'll see if they work in terms of mounting my other drives properly on the other PC. So that's the third component to show up. So that's the third component to arrive for the upgrade. Let me look at the list I found and see which ones are left to arrive. So the first two items on the list have showed up. The first two items have showed up. I guess we can maybe wait for every component to, arrive before we do the upgrade. Well, that's what I'm thinking. Just wait for all the components to show up, and then we could do the upgrade all at once. So I guess that it will either be January 30th for Play 9, and then on February 6th, do the hardware upgrades, and then of course, as each new part comes in, I'll just test them out, make sure, just do a quick test with them and just make sure that they work. Alright, so, with that all set and done, let's continue on here with the game. I'm just rewatching the extensive coverage we were doing on that fateful night of December 10th. That was definitely intense. I mean, yeah, there were a lot of tornado emergencies in effect on that day. Oh my gosh. I mean, I was just watching. We were watching. I was watching the whole tornado. I was watching the whole thing, the whole entire thing from start to finish. Oh, it was that tornado warning that went through. All right. Well, unfortunately, with only 4 minutes left here, that is as far as we will be able to go for Ticket to Ride for this week. And so with that, that is going to bring our show to a close. But yeah, that is. All right, let's see. Okay. So let's see. There's nothing else then to report on there. Okay. All right. So that is it, folks. That is the conclusion then of our Sunday Funny Game Show. I want to thank you all so much for joining us here tonight. Now, let me say again with the spring taping cycle schedule before we wrap things up. The first thing is, of course, tomorrow. I am looking to get up early so I can record the remaining 35 episodes of the second season, the first half rather, of the second season of Fifth Grader. So I'm hoping to bring that part to a close. I'll bring the first half of that show to a close. And then on Tuesday is when I plan on recording Ticket to Ride again. Wednesday, of course, will be the weeklies, and then Thursday will be Yahtzee. I'm planning on getting up early again on Thursday, so that way I can record the remaining 45 episodes and bring that show to a close. Well, in terms of the order that we were at before, so. And then, of course, that'll be all in preparation for Friday, where then I will do the hardware upgrades if every component shows up. Now, as these components come, I will be testing them on each and every one of my PCs. So, like the small form factor and the screws, I just tested those and they work. So, I'm gonna, just continue testing each piece as it comes, and and then, of course, once we have every component, then, of course, we will do the upgrade. I'm thinking then, if we do Ticket to Ride on the 30th, maybe I could do the upgrades. The night of the 2nd, no, I don't think that would be a good idea, because I'd be limited on time. So, Tuesday would be Ticket to Ride, wouldn't it? So that would be Friday the 6th, where I would do the upgrades. For all the PCs. And then, of course, once again on next week's Minecraft show, we are going to continue with the construction. Well, actually, we're going to get started on the construction of the I-2 extension alongside Interstate 89, 301, 2, and 202. So that is all next on the list to come. So with that being said, I want to get to watching a whole bunch of other things that I have still yet to see, so I'll get to that now. And so our next broadcast then, with everything being normal, I believe that is going to be on Wednesday morning. So that is when we will be with you again to do this once more. So until then, I'm Mr. Planfall. This has been the Sunday Funny Games Show. And from all of us here at Playfield TV, we wish you all a very pleasant good night.